Alright, stream up. Should probably make an announcement. Alright, announcement sent out. Should give everyone a chance to see. Alright, yesterday I ended right before I took on the Mopping Monk. This is a mid-game boss. And I've noticed that every time you meet another achievement or an objective, the game gets a little bit tougher. You start seeing slightly tougher ghosts. And right now I think I've got everybody trained up well. They all have the best equipment. And I have some cash in the bank. Yeah, I got nothing left to do except take on the boss. Yeah, they got traps, they got guns. Let's give her the sensor, see what we can get from the monk.
Is it midnight yet?
Scan. Some of the ghosts could not be measured because your scanner was too weak. It's the best on the market. Like 3 ghosts, why am I only seeing 2? Where's the third one? Push 3, okay, so stay away from the tracks. Push melee 4, push range 3, okay. So, I should have brought some push weapons. I remember one time I played through this game, I just pushed the Mopping Monk right onto the tracks. And it stayed there stunned every round. There's little news blurbs that pop up every now and then, every few days, and a couple of them mention a story about how these new ruins were discovered. Oh, we found new evidence of this person in history, and oh, we've called him the Mopping Monk, and then this Mopping Monk suddenly appears. Yeah, I should have brought some stun weapons. If I knew this was going to be tough, and yeah, I did, I should have brought some specialty weapons. Oh, there's the... Okay. Well, thankfully there's no attacks of opportunity, at least from the ghost side. Max energy 2.
You are not protected by the Geneva Convention.
So it pushed me this way, and the other ghost pushed me the other way. That was helpful. Yeah, I'll leave those traps on the ground just in case it stumbles over them. And just equip everyone else with a spare trap.
Now it's time to go swimming.
Worthless.
If everyone's focusing on this one singular large end boss, now would have been a good time to bring those combination beams, the ones that multiply damage the more you focus.
Show me your love.
And she's stunned because she's on the tracks. Stay there behind the chairs, that way you won't get pushed onto the tracks. In theory.
Ghost slap time.
Next time you shoot, try aiming first.
Okay, she's about to go nuts. Give her some distance.
Let me try 15 megawatts. Let's bring in the fire wire.
But it's full of ghosts.
Try to miss that painting if you can. Try to miss that painting if you can.
Whoops. I did that. That's my fault. Now with the lights out, it's probably harder to hit.
You're gonna die hard. If you can call it dying.
Okay, 1 hit point left. Max energy of 2. It should be trapped. Oh, it escaped. Or did? Yes, it did.
HQ, this is not going well.
I wonder if that's even possible to capture the Mopping Monk this early in the game, because you will face him again. Oh, Ghost Control, who's this? This is Sam from Traps R Us. Traps R Us, alright. What's the news? This will blow you away. The new Ghost-O-Mat 3175 has arrived. What's so special about it? 30% more accurate than the stinky Ghost Catcher's web. Yep, new scanners, new overalls. All attributes plus 8. Fantastic. Increases damage caused by 1. I bet your damage is increased by 1 even with... or even more if your attributes are increased by 8. I'm gonna have to bring in the scientist if I want to use this. Can I get 5 of these? 5, 6, 7, 8. I got 3 for now. Maybe this will help using scanners. Okay, 65, 75. Complete information about a ghost. Complete information about shows abilities, reveals all unvisited rooms, reveals unvisited rooms nearby. Detects ghost activities unreliable. This one seems like a better deal. It's more demanding, yeah. I don't need it just yet. Mission Graveyard. Don't know if I want to do that just yet. The graveyard's probably full of new spooks. Okay, that's what I've been using. Wide range and pain 3. So it's like a landmine every time someone walks near it, it takes 3 damage. Nice if you want to bottleneck, or shut down a doorway, or interrupt a ghost while it's walking. Minimum distance 3, explosive, stun 1, cooldown 1. Max energy of 11, and the trap itself stuns. Very nice. Sling thing, slingable 4, close range. What are these? Slingable 4, close range. Catch ability 70%, 77%. Max energy 11. Max energy 2. Ghost capacity 10, nice. Now the trap is not going to affect my hunting very much. It's the weapon's going to make the biggest difference. 7 damage forked beam. This is a 7 damage forked beam already. Range 4. Range 4. Yeah, this is the same thing, really. Zeus's Lightning Rod. Stun 2, cooldown 1. Damage 8. So instead of doing 7 and 7, I'll do 8 and nothing. This would have been nice one mission ago. I could just have one person shoot the monk, and the other two not, and slowly wear it down. Push 3. Would have been nice if I could push him onto the trap, or the tracks. Minimum distance damage? 12. Wow. So I could do 24 damage a turn so long as I'm far enough. Oh, she cannot use it. You know, it might be worth it. Yeah, with all this extra space. Yeah, I could bring the long-range weapons for that graveyard job, or a stunner. What could they do with that? Push 1. Reduce the minimum distance. Let's give it a trial run first. Oh, dang. For the first time, I'm actually in the red.
Is it midnight yet?
Oh no, swarms. Swarms are like pests, except they can hurt you. Good thing I brought this new gun.
Slime me once, shame on you. Slime me twice, slime on me.
Not to be. Now it's time to go sleepy bye.
You worthless garbage.
When the dust settles, I want you out of here.
How do you like that?
You're toasted.
I don't think this is going to be worth the medical bills.
Slime me once, shame on you. Slime me twice, slime on me. Show me your love.
When the dust settles, I want you out of here.
Stunned? How is it stunned?
I blinded him with science.
Spooks in the trap. Now you can clap.
Well, I was right about the objective, increasing the difficulty. Inventors wanted. Across a wide range of the manufacturing industries, companies are looking for inventions from their employees. Of course they are. Next job being residential. I probably won't need the long-range weapon. 11 hours done for more training. Oh shoot, I didn't mean to do that one. Oh good, it refunded the ectoplasm. There we go. Reduce the minimum distance. Okay.
I'll separate good from evil now!
Is it too much to hope he's the only one? Did you just turn on the light? Alright, one of you can go finish off this guy. Guard, in case he opens the door, shoot him. I think I could trap him now.
You're gonna die hard.
Controlling makes me feel good. I can't afford to waste any more time here.
No damage. Nice.
The minute I saw this mess, I thought, man, what a mess.
I'll teach you a lesson.
Rough thing about these fire spirits is that 1-1-1-1-1-1. Yeah, they just damage an area around them just by existing. And can destroy the lights.
Is that all you learned in the past 200 years?
Something's over there. I think I could get him. When I say it can do damage to everything around him just by existing, that does also include you. Oh, how did I miss? That's just XCOM.
Full of ghosts.
Who turned on the lights? Another one? Oh dear. Stunning, so it has a bunch of extra hit points.
Back to where it came from.
I don't know how well I can strong wall that door. Check out the other room. Wait, why'd that door suddenly open? A third one? Man, I wish I had that stunning pain trap.
Let me try 15 megawatts. Show me your love. Show me your love.
I'm really gonna need those extra damage weapons soon.
Now it's time to go sleepy bye. Worthless garbage.
I hope that guy's worth a lot just because of all the ectoplasm.
Came, I saw, I cleaned it all up.
I think they're gonna get that faraway job across town. Company of the day, Moonshine Systems. Distilling the real spirits. Best known for products like the Dimension Transponder. Unusual devices for unusual situations. Eight hours left on there. 1 hour left training.
It is a bit spooky.
Oh, it's just a dog. But due diligence says I should still check it out. Swarm. Oh, dear. 215. Yeah, these hit points are just getting ridiculous.
I can blow holes that are bigger than you. Live and let die!
I don't think the mopping monk had that many hit points.
Is that all you learned in the
7 and
past
7.
200 years?
Oh yeah, the forked beam.
Slime me once, shame on you. Slime me twice, show me your love! Slime on me!
Can they not open doors?
Don't get mad, get even.
Okay, they can open doors.
I can blow holes that are bigger than you.
Well, I haven't seen any damage to the rest of the house. Hopefully, this is it.
Out of my way, hologram you.
Somehow the creature's stunned. I guess when it gets hit by the forked beam, it's stunned. I never use the stun weapons all that much to notice.
Ha! Another one bites the dust.
Throw it. That wasn't it. Is there a swarmling left over?
I can see through you.
Oh! Unexpected. What was he doing all this time?
God gave the beast.
See, why was I training her on strength? Oh, probably just because. I'll throw her back in the training.
seems a paranormal reality, really.
That's not too tough. Oh, is that a Bumblebee statue? That's the developers of this game, Bumblebee. 3 times I've beaten this game, never noticed that little Easter egg.
Let's bring in the fire wire. Full of ghosts. Next time you shoot, try aiming first.
Swarms and swarms. Oh, this is gonna get destructive. But if I can just seal off these 3 doorways, hopefully I can keep the damage contained. And maybe this forked beam will help make this easier.
Who told you to shoot?
How?
Take this. Take that. I hate your guts. Well, your ectoplasm. Mine is the last voice you'll ever hear.
They're doing a lot more damage than I would like.
I'll blow you some Emmentaler holes. Let's bring in the fire wire. Are you ready for more? If Frankie went to Hollywood, he could have taken all this with him.
Well, they don't seem to be able to damage on the same turn as they open the door. That's one saving grace. Yay, forked beam.
Who told you to shoot? Now it's time to go sleepy bye, you worthless piece of garbage. Who told you to shoot? Taskman sends you his regards.
How? There's 4 monsters in front of you at point blank range and you missed both shots.
Let's bring in the fire wire. Ghost slap time. Taskman sends you his regards.
Oh, they learned to open doors and do damage. I know it's evasive, but come on.
You need better manners.
I don't know how they suddenly learned how to open doors and deal damage.
Is that you?
Nice. He's got action points left. Summon Swarmling. Don't even have to trap it.
I will shave your onion heads. Spooks in the trap. Now you can clap.
Jeez, half the profit was eaten up. Well, 1/3 of the profit was eaten up by damages. Research complete. Okay, swing by hospital. Then HQ. They got the job. I have a nice close range weapon I can use. Strength 50. Strength 60. Okay, everyone should be able to use that too. Yeah. Forked beam, damage 7, ranged 4. However, this is the base model. The base model is as good as my improved model. Pain 3. This would have been great in that little hallway. Succubus. Pull 4. Grab that, see what I can upgrade with that. And then that one. Park. Nice, long open ranges. Good chance to use the bow. What can you do with this trap? Not much of an improvement, either way. What can you do with this gun? Damage 9. I don't know, maybe I should just train everyone with those bows. What are the... Being able to do 24 damage a turn is just a really sweet deal. Aim 55, intelligence 50. Well, she could do it. As soon as she's done out of training, I throw her into the team. And then maybe just intelligence And put her in training until she's ready. Yeah, the idea of doing 24 damage per turn as opposed to 16. Yeah, you're all getting bows. You're all getting training, you're all getting bows. And we'll keep you in there for close quarters combat. Down to the wire, that one.
Using the light switch.
Wait, I thought this was a park, not a gas station? Oh, great. Pests. The one ghost that can't actually hurt you is now lightning enchanted.
Catch the woman's trap.
Whoops. Don't want to trap my own here.
Ready for more? I can blow holes that are bigger than you.
Oh good, he's back. I forget if it's swarms or pests, or even if it is either of them. Maybe it was just a former build. But I think whenever it splits or creates a spawned other minion, it uses or costs some of its own energy to do so. But with 0 energy, I don't think it can create any more pestlings, so it's harmless.
Live and let die.
What's the minimum damage? 2. Okay, can't catch it yet.
Don't get mad.
Now you
Get
can catch
even.
it. I was hoping to do this without taking any damage.
Who of you bought a toaster instead of the nano trap? Mum, is that you? Anyone up for a any more?
Professor Thomas Thompson of the Institute for Practical Studies of Parapsychology and Uninhabited Habitats and Parallel Universes has published the current update on research in his field. He proclaimed to the press that the most important questions in his field are being addressed in this momentous publication. More than 150 phenomena and not so phenomena, ranging from small spooks up to haughty haunts, are examined in detail. The age-old question, can headless ghosts live hand to mouth, will finally, and in a break with tradition, be answered ad absurdum and for all times. Okay. Hand in your gear for a little bit. I'm going to send you off to the training room. Where you need at least intelligence of 50. And this scientist who's been with me in the beginning, you finally get your time to shine. Can't even use the guns I bought. Okay. Intelligence training, please. Oh, fill up the gas tank. This is 4,000.
It is a bit spooky in here. The sensors make no sense.
Yeah, that was her trap. Okay. Hello? Anybody here? Poltergeist. Energy 3, what? You know, I haven't seen these guys since the beginning of the game. Oh, ahoy! Didn't see you stop in. Although I think we might have actually found a lich. This is a very early level ghost. I should not be seeing it this late in the game unless there was some kind of a summoner. Like maybe in this tiny room where it came from. Or not. Or maybe it's just a weird random spawn this late in the game. Weird.
I'll show you who's got talent.
Oh, Voodoo Spectre. Not as bad as a lich, but does share the same character model. You're here for the duration. I'm not entirely sure what the duration will be. Too much weight. Uh-oh. That's what the curse does. It lowers everybody's stats, and she's carrying 2 weapons. One for close range, one for long range.
Take this. Take that. Smoke is in your eyes.
More? Yeah. Spook ball or spoke ball. And Spooky Ball Red. You can buy a Spooky Ball from the store, and then you can take it back to your base and modify it, give it a few particular traits you might like remaining capacity, max ghost energy, catch percentage, or weight. By tinkering with it, you could make Spooky Ball Red or Spooky Ball Blue and change its statistic. It's like maybe make it lighter so you can throw it farther, or capture more ghosts in one ball. Yeah, 25% legally distinct Slimer. Can't even fire? Jeez. Throw the trap. Target is too close. But at least she can fire next turn.
Anytime now.
Office mission. Okay. I think they're going to get to that job before me. Yep.
Has anyone seen the light switch?
Did that door just open by itself? You know, I should probably give her the pain trap. Gives her something to do and deploy while her weapon is recharging.
This may contain traces of guts.
Feeble apparition. Why am I seeing early game ghosts? This is just strange.
I can see through you. frog face.
Let's hope this strategy works again here. Just hide behind the door, because they can't open and attack on the same turn.
You are not protected by the Geneva Convention.
Yeah, the swarm is something I just ran into after the last big objective met. And every objective you meet slowly increases the difficulty.
This may contain traces of guts. Take this! Take that!
Oh, pestling. Huh? They're like swarms, except they can't hurt you. They just float around and do property damage.
Is that all you learned in the past 200 years?
That's a nice shot.
I blinded him with science.
From 3 rooms away. Pays to have at least one sharpshooter on the team. Made enough money from that job, I can buy another one of those long-range weapons. One for everyone. Oh yeah, moving from the car first. Yeah, there's two other rival ghost-busting teams. So it encourages you to hurry up. You can't just sit there and wait for jobs to collect. Oh, damage 13 and push 1. But still minimum distance 4. Minimum distance 3, 12 damage. You know, as long as I got throwing traps, keeping them at a distance might be a good idea. And more damage. Or I could use them in more situations, like being up close. Then again, I probably don't want to be up close. Coin toss. 24 damage per turn or 26 damage per turn? I'll go with the change in minimum distance. Yeah, I also do not want to be up close. Yeah. But on the... Which is going to happen more often? Like being within 4 squares or being within 3 squares? And pushing them 1 square, or 2 squares if you hit them both. If you push them 2 squares, chances are next turn, the ghost has more than just 2 squares of walking. So it might give you 1 extra shot before it closes within firing distance. Yeah, for houses specifically. Houses are close quarters. But then again, there's parks and cemeteries and subway tubes where there's a lot more open area. I'll go with the minimum distance. Because even if I push it back 2 squares, it can close the distance next turn and shut me down. Scandal in court. We have learned from well-informed sources that the trial in connection with unreasonable damage to property while ghost hunting will be held in 2 weeks. Oh dear. We reported that ghost hunters had been called to help because of unusual paranormal storms detected in the countryside. The company, not us, from Dorchester is now being impeached because they may be guilty of improper use of their weapons to attack paranormal phenomenon. The Attorney General says they may have overheated the paranormal storm and therefore caused an explosion, which made a whole building unstable. There's been a bit of a scandal from the outset because the court ruled that the case would go to trial based entirely on the physical evidence. The judge stated that the only independent person at the site was a headless horseman, and he cannot be accepted as a reliable eyewitness. Oh, someone had a lot of fun writing these news blurbs. repair that trap.
Is it midnight yet? The sensors make no sense.
4 ghosts in this office building. Alluring the fire spirit. So every time I shoot it, it'll come one space closer. Level up. Hey. Okay, you stand here and go on guard, so if it approaches me, I can stun it. And you don't have any guard points, because you already scanned. Oopsie.
Poking in the eyes. Unfair, but useful.
Stun. Put down the stunning pain trap. Oh no, it's just a pain trap.
We're all free. Who are you to think you can scare us? Is that all you learned in the past 200 years?
It's a good thing this is a forked weapon that can chain between ghosts. I can't even see him, but I'm hitting him. Oh wow. Summon Swarmling, summon Swarmling, summons... Swarm Screaming. And Screaming means it can push me back a couple spaces.
Let me hit you with my rhythm stick. Let me try 15. Oh my god, it's full of ghosts. We'll catch them with this trap.
Not much you can do until your weapon's off from cooldown.
You're gonna die hard. If you want to call it dying. You didn't think that could happen.
Okay, next turn I'll throw a trap. Forward. Let her pick it up. And then she can throw it down there, so it does damage every turn the swarm is standing on it. Not that I have to, now that it has 1 energy. It's a good plan, though.
I came, I saw, I cleaned it all up.
Park. Nice wide open area.
Who let the ghosts out?
Oh, this is just an ultra small map. Really? It was able to dodge. It was able to dodge.
I can't afford to waste any more time here.
Training complete. What is her intelligence? 34. I need it to be up to 50.
Out of the way, you bunch of losers. You're gonna die hard. If you want to call it dying.
Miss, rats.
Mum, is that you?
It's really nice to have a sniper on the team. I can just shoot from way back here.
Focus in your eyes.
Research complete. Alright, got a new sniper rifle ready.
Keanu, Vitata, Niku. No. Yahoo, Veranda, Nixo. What were those words again? The sensors make no sense. Ghost slap time! Almost all Ghost is toast, if that makes sense. I will shave your onion heads. I think the fuse blew.
Oh good, it damaged me, but that raised my constitution and leveled me up, so now I'm healthier than when I started the level.
Another one bites the dust.
No damage? What? Huh. What's left could be something harmless like a pest. Or a little green spud. Wow, all the way across the map and still very likely to be hit.
Can we leave already?
Oh, forgot to load those weapons into the truck. Good thing I didn't find a job. I'll be right back. I need to take a quick break. Oops, pause. I should set up a new rewrite box. Alright, I'm back. $14. Oh, just fine. See how this new Artemis's crossbow weapon
Is it
works in the
midnight yet?
field. Now, Alata character is a shooter. She has 107 aim. Melissa is a leader, 83 aim, so she might not get the same accuracy. But we'll see. How much is the weapon? How much is the person? Am I in the right graveyard? Yeah, it looks like. Very likely. Oh, didn't mean to click there.
I'll teach you a lesson.
Oh, she's gonna have some medical bills after this. Yep, she's a scientist. Very high intelligence. So she can use scanners or certain high-tech weapons. Like the crossbow. A crossbow requires a minimum amount of intelligence. Level 7 shooter. Sandy is a level 3 scientist. She joined the company a little bit later. Or no, actually she joined pretty early. She's just been in the lab designing gadgets for a while. I wonder if I put down this pain trap, can it dissolve these guys?
Is that you?
Okay, just stand on that trap.
Is that all you learned in the past 200 years?
Oh, hello. Oh, just pestling.
I came, I saw, and cleaned it all up.
Oh, I've actually filled up one of the traps.
If there's a ghost in town, we're here to hunt it down.
There's probably a fire spirit in there. Throwable trap, throw it.
To be, not to be.
Check the bathroom, just due diligence. Yeah. Keyglyph, hey, good to see ya. And how are you feeling, if you feel like talking about it? Professor Peril is here. You met him in Guitar Bard's chats. I'm trying to remember if there's actually any blood in this game. I don't think so. No, this is all very cartoonish. No, I don't remember any blood in this.
I will shave your onion heads.
Pick up the trap. Zap.
Eat this, slimy blighter.
Now, you've played the newer XCOM, so that you should actually catch on to this pretty quick. Everyone has 2 action points. There are specialties, kind of like there was heavy, medic, sniper. abilities. Fire Spirit, energy 15, chance to hit very likely, sensor required for additional data, like a PKE meter. Luckily, I brought a scientist who has a Geiger counter sensor. It shows the amount of ghosts left in the room, complete information, shows ghost abilities. Take 1 point to swap, use the scanner. 1 ghost left. Fire Spirit, special abilities, burn. Ectoplasm 10, so it has 10 hit, or no, ectoplasm, that's how much it's worth when I trap it. Energy 15, so I have to blast it for 15 before I can trap it. It does 9 damage, has movement of 4. And I threw a trap beneath it, a Spokeball. A throwable trap. You didn't see the first few streams. I didn't have any throwable traps. I just had to walk right up next to the ghost and lay it down. But thankfully, this is my 3rd, 4th stream of this. And I've got slingable traps. Traps I can throw. Remaining capacity, I can fit 3 ghosts in this little Pokeball. And the ghosts can have an energy of 2. Other traps, later traps, will be able to capture more powerful ghosts or more ghosts in one trap. A chance to trap per turn, 70%. Close range, that means the ghost has to be standing on it. I can get wide range traps where they just need to be near the trap for it to trigger. Fire Spirit could not be trapped. Too much energy left. Okay, trap.
I came, I saw, and cleaned it all up.
Let's go to the hospital for some medical treatment first. Go back to HQ, empty the trap. Wow, someone stole my job. The active containment unit is 99 out of 100. Fill up the car. I have a car that runs on ectoplasm now, so I don't have to lose money every turn going to the gas station. And I can sell the ectoplasm for a little bit of extra cash. This is the headquarters. I have a van that can store 3... I can carry 3 people. No, it's not multiplayer. I just didn't get there in time. In a moment you'll see I get phone calls, but right now time is frozen. Here's the city. And there's other ghost controlling teams. The Paranators and Super Ghost Defense. If I answer a call and just don't go, one of these guys will take it. Here's a laboratory. I have one of my scientists improving this weapon. There's a store. You can buy your gear from the store, and then you can take it back to your lab and tinker with it. And you can change the weapon in different ways. Like here, this is the Artemis Bow. Range of 12, damage of 12, type long-range weapon. And it's being tinkered to remove the minimum distance by 1. And 5 more hours left before it's improved. So there's a lot of personalization with how you want to play. Sadly, I've only ever seen one other person play this, and that's because I hounded them for a year to try it out. But I would love to see how other people play this. Like, what kind of weapons do you gravitate towards? There's combination beams, where the more you focus on one ghost, the more damage each successive shot does. Or there's high explosive weapons that will damage the surrounding area, good for clusters of ghosts. And property damage. Front desk. There's some people I can hire, some scientists, shooters who are good at long range, leaders who have high morale, which would prevent people from panicking, because you've played XCOM, your guys can panic. Scientists, they have high intelligence stats, and you need the high intelligence to wield certain weapons. A bruiser, high strength and constitution, they can wield the high explosive weapons. But technically anybody can wield any weapon. You just need to go to the training room. I have one of my busters currently training in intelligence, so she can wield that longbow. It does. Here's the former weapons I was using. I don't need these anymore. There's the guns, the traps. And look, this trap is designed after like a little curling thing. I don't know what you call those. A nano trap can carry 15 ghosts with a max energy of 6 for each ghost. Wide range, so they just need to be near it, one space in any cardinal direction. A stun gun, but it has a cooldown of 1 turn. The combination beam. Stone ninja? Curling stone, yes. This weapon draws the ghosts to you. Oh wow, what's this one? Minimum distance 3. Explosive. Stuns 1, cooldown 1. So I can only fire it every other turn. Requires high strength, high intelligence. Close range, and it stuns. The trap stuns. It'd be nice if I bought this and brought it to like a residential area. Maybe if there was some sort of bottleneck, like a doorway, I could lay this down, and any ghost that walks across it, stunned. This just looks like a bola. Sling thing. Close range, slingable 4. Max ghost energy 11. What am I... Max ghost energy 2. Wow. That's only... Yes. Like, I'm hovering over Melissa, the leader. Strength 62, intelligence 64, yeah, aim 50, aim 84. Yeah, so she can use it. There's that Artemis bow I just bought and gave everyone. Well, you've never seen this game before. I need help. A friend gave me your number. I've seen a headless rider in my kitchen. Is there any more information you can give us? Maybe that doesn't matter now. We'll head over. Accept mission, residential house. And there's the job. Oh, okay. The equipment store, different from the weapons store. I can buy jumpsuits for people. Or different overalls, scanners, headgear. Intelligence 65 needed for that scanner. What scanner am I using now? 50. Requires intelligence 75. Okay, so she can use it. Don't need that anymore. Well, thank you. I'm glad people showed up. I've seen a specter in my dining room. Okay, I'll do that job after.
Keanu Vatata Neku. No. Yahoo Veranda Nixo. What were those words again?
There's a fire spirit in the bathroom. done. Target is too close. That's what I was afraid of. With these long-range bows, there's that minimum firing distance. They do a lot of damage, but when you're cornered, you got nothing. Just gonna close the door and hope they didn't see me. Turn off the lights. What was that? Let's throw a trap down, because that's all I can do. You step over there. You do not have a minimum range weapon. In fact, you don't have a weapon at all. Your weapon is on cooldown. Taskman sends you his regards. All this little chatter. When they say Taskman, Taskman is a reference to the programmer of this game. Swarm. And the programmer of this game, sadly, the programmer is no longer with us. Oh, this is bad. Yeah, it's a great game. There's some minor bugs here and there, like some menu might pop up over another menu and you need to close the menu behind it before you can close the other one. Just weird minor order of operations things. But that doesn't make the game unplayable, but that does mean it's never going to get patched. And for some people, that's enough to just forget the game entirely. But I love this game. I've played through it more times than I've played through XCOM. You can buy this game on Steam, or you can buy it directly from the developer, or the publisher, whoever owns the rights right now. In fact, it's on sale right now on Steam for like less than $5. There's nothing I can do. I'm pinned in a corner. Yeah, I mean, it wouldn't be Ghostbusting without some excessive property damage. Ooh, a slime ball. I don't want to get hit with slime, so close the door, hope it didn't see me. Ghosts like to turn off the lights. It makes them harder to hit. Or just even harder to see. But when he's one square in front of you, it doesn't matter. Lay down the trap. And fire. It's stunned, but still too strong to trap. Okay. Well, just like XCOM, they're random. they're a little bit small, like a residential building or an office building, a park, a subway tube station, because this is London. There were plans to have more cities, but regrettably there's no more further development on this game. And they're randomized enough that I never really recognized, oh, this level again. Oh, it's one of these. No, they're pretty fresh. The dynamic maps and the monsters that are on the maps, they'll keep you on your toes. Summoned Swarmling. That swarm I was fighting a while back, they can split into other smaller swarms. The smaller ones, thankfully, don't need to be trapped. They can just be dissolved. Yeah, you weren't here a little bit ago. Like, look at all the details in here. Why is there a pineapple on the coffee table? But there was a little bumblebee statue somewhere on like a nightstand or a table. And Bumblebee was the publisher of this game. That's something I never noticed before. Okay, grab, shoot.
I came, I saw, and cleaned it all up.
Sanity is your hit points. If your sanity gets too low, then you will panic and run away from the map. You don't die, but, well, you just leave the map and you can lose the mission and you don't get paid. My research is complete. You can go to the hospital, heal up. Headquarters, empty trap. These guys are probably going to take that job. Alright, new item done. Still 8 more hours in her intelligence training. I want her to get the intelligence high enough so that she can use this bow. Fill up the car, sell some ectoplasm. Let's use some nitro. Maybe I can get there first. No. Incoming call. I've just seen at least 2 ghosts in our network. Ghost hunting news. Sightings of flying pig. Every now and then little news briefs will show up. Someone had a lot of fun writing these. A really weird report came in this morning from people telling one of our reporters that they'd seen a pig flying between the chimneys of Battersea Power Station. The pig is said to have extraordinary dimensions, but it seemed rather lightweight. It reminds us of a similar event that happened in 1977 when a pig nicknamed Pinky hovered between the same chimneys. Rumor has it that it was a really talented pig, but we have no confirmation of that. In yesterday's event, people may have seen a sibling of that same pig. Okay. Alright, everyone's got their new guns. Very high damage. Very close quarters. Just UI flourish. I see no one. No one? pests can split into smaller little pestlings like the swarm, except they can't hurt you. They just do property damage. And a swarm. Oh, it's a unique swarm. It electrifies. So it can shoot out little electric bolts like it's lightning enchanted. Energy 204, because all the unique ones have a big pool of hit points. Now, if I turn the corner, I'm going to be too close to actually fire at it. Okay, I can put my characters on guard mode, which is like Overwatch for XCOM. So if it moves, I will shoot it. The goo. Great old ones. I just like playing old games. Great ones that are old, though. And yeah, there's kind of a Cthulhu reference in the name. So. Yes, I could be talking about myself as well. Oh, jeez. Something exploded. That's the thing about swarms and pests. They can rack up the property damage really quick. Why am I only getting one turn? Oh, I'm getting stunned because it's shooting me with electric bolts. That's why I'm losing. I'm not getting 2 shots per turn. Well, let's see if I can trap this thing. Looks like that lightning bolt still hit me through the door. Of course, the one mission where I switch everyone to long-range weapons, I'm in close quarters.
Past 200 years.
Chance to hit would be very likely if it wasn't within my minimum range. She got hit by the swarm, hit by the lightning bolt, scared by the ghost. She's panicking. Not enough action points because I'm stunned. Let's get out of sight of its line of fire. Well, she hasn't made it to the door yet. She can still regain her wits and continue the fight. Not too confusing. I mean, I know the portraits, so I know, like, Alata character is my shooter, Melissa is my general purpose leader, Sandy is my new field agent.
We'll catch them with this trap.
Okay, and she's out the door. She left. Just these two characters left. Does it know I only have long-range weapons? Trapped my character in a corner. Well, at least I can not stand in a cardinal direction, hopefully avoid some electricity.
I don't want to be a dead superhero.
Zero energy, trapped beneath it. Okay.
I can't afford to waste any more time here.
Not the cleanest catch. 2,700. $400 in property damage. 22 profits. Let's see what the medical bills are. And hello, Brigand. Welcome to the stream. Park. Good. Nice. Wide open ranges. Good for long-range weapons. But it's all the way across town. Oh my. The profit was £2,200. The medical bills were $4,300. Okay, selling the ectoplasm hopefully made up for it. No more weapons to improve. Training complete. Alright. Now my leader is level 9, my shooter's level 7, who joined the team later. I have a bruiser, someone with a lot of strength, but I want her to get more intelligence. So she has to hit the gym. Intelligence, train. 41 hours. I remember seeing E.C. Myers a lot. I remember typing that name out, but I haven't seen him very much lately. I asked, just a couple days ago, I asked Redox, how did she get into streaming? And she said it was because of E.C. Myers. Well, that might be why I haven't seen him. Oh, another office job.
You dudes partied out.
Fire Spirit.
Oh, right in the chest. You're toasted. Ha! Another one bites the dust.
Whose trap was that? Okay, Alata's. No? Room clear? Okay. Pick up trap. The noise is coming from over here. Feeble apparition. High evade. Let's see if anyone's in here first. Nope. Okay.
We'll catch them with this trap.
Wasn't so tough. Oops, I think I accidentally hung up on someone. Now, I could hire somebody, but I think I have as many people as I need right now. But occasionally when you check back at this hiring desk, you might see a recognizable face. And if you're a fan of Ghostbusters, you might recognize one of the characters as just a giant gorilla. And you know where that would come from. 2 more hours of training. Alright. Hello, a friend gave me your number. I'm playing with the dog in our garden. The plants are falling apart. We hope you're insured. We'll be right there. Chicken out. Let's go.
Is it midnight yet?
Oh dear. Now, if you've played the original XCOM, some of the maps will take place with a gas station on the map. Take cover behind the cars and the pumps, it'll be fine. Alright, I think I captured the most dangerous one on the first turn. No, I didn't. Oh yes, the ghosts that are really into property damage. Why is the giant fire spirit approaching the gas tanks? You know, when they're clustered up like this would be a great time to use the high explosive weapons, but also the absolute worst place to use the high explosive weapons.
This may contain traces of guts.
Wrong place, right time. Can't throw the trap this turn. Now, I think this pest can't do anything because it has energy 0.
It's full of ghosts.
And the swarms are closing the distance again, just like they did in the office building.
I will shave your onion heads.
Onion Head, of course, being a reference to Slimer. During production, they called him the Onion Head Ghost. So little touches like that, like throwing out the word Onion Head or a giant gorilla Ghostbuster, that shows how this was made with love. I mean, only someone who loves the franchise that much would know all the deep cuts like that. pest just wandered into the trap. And if you look on the Facebook page of Ghost Control Inc., if you still use Facebook, you can see the developers actually hanging out with Dan Aykroyd. So it's not like this is a shameless ripoff, a pale imitation. No, it's an homage.
I came, I saw, and cleaned it all up.
Alright, no explosions. Ghost Something News, carnage on the outskirts. Large quantities of body parts, unidentifiable pieces of clothing, and puddles of strange gooey liquids have been found in close proximity to the rubbish tip on the outskirts of town. Once again, the primary suspect is the Headless Hunter. Eyewitnesses tell of a suspicious gathering, and that the Headless Hunter is the leader of the gang of scallywags that are up to no good. The situation seemed to have escalated when one of the poltergeists present at the meeting told the hunter that he shouldn't lose his head, which induced the hunter to try, and succeed, in violently loosening the poltergeist's head. Well, then this might be right up your alley. So then, do you know about the giant gorilla? And what it means to Ghostbusters? Well, you know, the real Ghostbusters, they had to add the real to it because of a legal dispute. Somebody else already owned the name Ghostbusters. They had to license the name Ghostbusters for the movie because there was an old black and white slapstick comedy show called Ghostbusters with a guy named Larry Storch. He was on F Troop back in the day. And it was these three guys that would investigate, well, two guys that would investigate, you know, paranormal things. And one of the team was a giant gorilla named Tracy. Ironically, one of the guys' names was Kong. So Kong was not the name of the gorilla. The gorilla was Tracy. I thought I could rename my characters. Oh, there we go. Please enter a new name for this ghost hunter. So I could give Melissa a last name, or hire somebody and name them after chat. Just like the UFOpedia from XCOM, information about the ghosts. Always assume nothing about movies and TV. Okay. Two hours left in the gym. Lights are flashing in my bedroom. Give us 20 minutes.
This is enough to make you wonder if we're on the right planet.
Scanner. Well, as long as I stay here, that pest can't get out of the bathroom. Tiny bathroom. I don't expect it to do too much.
Slimy once, shame on you.
105 pounds of damage. Oh, there's two of them. I should have shut the door in between turns. Trap. Shut the door. Curse me, which lowers all my stats generally. I don't mean to. Oh, too much weight. She's gonna have to send her to the gym for strength. Something's been wrecking this room. Oh, just a little specter.
I'll blow you some Emmentaler holes.
I imagine that's a physics joke that went over my head.
We'll catch them with this trap. Can we leave already?
Go to the hospital, which can somehow remove curses. You will not be surprised. Ghost Control can help you with their professional services. If you've got a problem, we have the solution. I have seen several ghosts in my hallway. A job for us. Oh, boo, they got to it. You missed it. I found a tiny, like, half bathroom, and there was a pest in it. I tried to block it. And I figured I could just keep it there. It couldn't do too much damage. 14 more hours. 23,000 pounds. I've got a nice balance. I could complete the next objective. Get a new headquarters. Be bigger, more room. A bigger garage so I can buy a better car. But then, whenever I achieve another objective, it advances the difficulty. I'll be fighting bigger, tougher stuff. But that also means newer weapons would be available. And hopefully I have enough money to buy the new headquarters, buy the new car, buy the new weapons that come out. Was there one episode of the Ghostbusters where they captured Slimer, put him in the containment chamber for some reason? Yeah, there was. They put him in the containment units so that he could go in and get the Stay Puft Marshmallow Man and bring him out for, like, some Children in Need special. Or like a charity drive, something for the kids. Oh, this does not show the number of ghosts on the property. I need a new scanner for that.
This is enough to make you wonder if we're on the right path.
Nice open areas. Can't be... bollocks. I was gonna say can't be face to face with a ghost or trapped in a corner, but yeah. The fog of war here looks kind of like it's divided up by rooms. I can't see into this next room until I take a step into the next quote-unquote room or tile. Echo.
Testament told us not to do this, so let's do it anyway.
Oh, Ghosts of the Network or Stream Gremlins?
Firewire.
And it's cornered me. I never noticed them doing this before in previous playthroughs.
I blinded him with science.
Can't walk. Where's he going?
Ghost slap time. Let me try 15 megawatt. Catch them with this trap. I think the fuse blew.
Oh yeah, she was not carrying the throwable traps.
Now it's time to go sleepy bye, you worthless piece of garbage. That man sends you his regards. Can't afford to waste any more time here.
Alright, so I'm gonna try upgrading to the new headquarters. That's... Oh, after this mission. It's on the way.
Has anyone seen the monk switch?
I thought it said park. Too far away just to hit. Must be right outside of throwing range. Oh, hello, Bogus Meat Factory. Good morning. Good to see you. Who all's coming along with the raid? Sakanako, the Deviate, hello, good morning. I did not intend to stay on for this long. Okay, trap. Zap. Oh no, I trapped the wrong one. Trap the main swarm. Swarm was able to dodge. Alright, for anyone who hasn't seen this, try to imagine XCOM meets Ghostbusters. Lots of randomized maps, randomized ghosts. You have a headquarters, you can upgrade the headquarters, train your guys, have them specialize. And you start out with some very simple equipment that you can upgrade later, like throwable traps, longer beams, more powerful traps, traps that deal damage, stun weapons, chain weapons, as in like chain lightning weapons that go from ghost to ghost, high explosive weapons, because that's a wonderful part of XCOM. And you just arrived as I was about to take the next step in difficulty. And buy a new headquarters. If you're gonna look into it, now's the time. It's on sale on Steam for like $4.20 USD. Uh, 2 hours left in her training room. Done. Okay. Let's just sell everything in the vault. And go to the new headquarters. Headquarters 3. 15 grand, 7,500 a week. More storage room. Max inventory capacity. Alright. Move in. I wish I could stay, but I have to get some sleep. Alright. Zelda will do that to you. Alright, well thanks for bringing everyone. Thanks for letting them see this game. Alright, so this is my new headquarters, my new facility. And I could upgrade my containment unit to hold even more. There's the training room. I need to put her back in the intelligence training. XCOM Apocalypse turned into Theme Hospital. Yeah, the aesthetic does look a little bit like XCOM Apocalypse. And any minute now, I should be getting a phone call in the game saying, oh, we have new equipment. Is this Ghost Control? Yes, how can we help? Something's covering all my furniture in green slime, and I want you to get it to stop. Sounds like you need a cleaner rather than a ghost hunter. Hang up. Try and avoid the rooms where the slime is, and we'll be right over. Accept. Okay, I've got some basically sniper rifles. Minimum distance to fire. Some throwable traps that are basically Pokeballs. And a scanner that should tell me all about the ghosts on the property. Let's go.
This is enough to make you wonder if you're on the right.
I thought it said residential area. Why is it giving me another gas station? Oh well. Yes, you can upgrade your vehicle. You start out with a little two-seater Volkswagen, then you can buy like a sedan, a van, and bigger and bigger cars. Like bigger cars with more storage space.
With this trap.
Throw the trap and zap them. See, remaining capacity 2 out of 3. That ball can capture 2 more ghosts before it needs to be emptied at the headquarters. And the ghost can have a maximum energy of 2. Of course, you can buy traps with bigger capacity, bigger energy, higher percent chance rates, or other properties to them like stun or dealing damage just for standing near them. Let's get rid of this guy first.
Your time has come now. One, two, three. We're all
Huh.
right.
He was trying to charge me and just walked right onto the trap. But there was another one. Good morning, Goemon-sama. Thank you for coming. See if I can throw another trap and trap him in one turn.
Is that you?
Now to deal with this swarm and swarmlings. Swarmlings can split and create more copies of themselves, and they just rack up the property damage. And thankfully, the swarmlings don't need to be captured. I'm surprised so many people mention the music. I mean, I haven't had too many guests in this channel, but yeah, they always seem to mention the music. Pick up these traps.
God gave the bee.
Now, if you've played the recent XCOMs, this is more akin to that than the original. All your characters have 2 action points to work with, so you can move and shoot, or shoot and shoot, or fiddle around with your inventory.
Take that. We'll catch them with this trap.
It's a little too strong to be caught. And it moved. Swarm hits character with 10 damage. Swarms are like an upgraded version of an... I'm definitely around the middle of the game. There are ghosts that will split and cause more property damage, but they can't hurt you. These can split, cause property damage, and hurt you.
Focus in your eyes. I came, I saw, I cleaned it all up.
Alright. 1,700 pounds for the job. Property damage caused, 0. Sanity minus 10, sanity minus 3, sanity minus 5. I gotta go to the hospital and address that. Well done, you've completed the objective. Get new headquarters. Now, get an even better car. Ghost Control, respecting EU law and all other restrictions. Always ready to help. I see a mysterious fog in my grandfather clock. Can you describe what it is? Actually, we'd like to see it for ourselves. Residential house.
Right, that's problematic.
Another swarm. Thankfully, opening doors is a free action.
You didn't think that could happen? God gave the big. You need better manners.
Now, I was in a level earlier where apparently these things cannot attack you and open a door at the same time. So if I just close the door once I'm done, it can offer a layer of protection. Trap out. Alright, hopefully that's it for the swarm.
Oh, you're so transparent.
Alright, Rattler 24, Berserker 22. Yeah. Those should be easy. I found I enjoy cute and charming games, often platformers, something Capsule J and I share, and we tell the others about ones we've found. Yeah, like the Great Gianna Sisters, or what was that one that I thought was a Way Forward game? I know you guys were both playing it. I'd know the title if you said it again. target is too close for my sniper rifle.
Eat this, slimy blighter!
And every time the ghost is shot while it's on a trap, triggers a chance of being trapped. Oh, the trap's full, needs to be emptied.
Almost all ghost is toast.
Oh yeah, new car. Now you started out with a Volkswagen, and you got the hearse. The van's what I have now. Could get the Dodge, and then later a helicopter. It's more fuel efficient, faster, bigger gas tank. Can carry more equipment, but I don't know if I want to complete the objective just yet. I would like to see what the new cache of weapons is like. I need help with an urgent problem. I've seen a Banshee in our garden shed. We'll head over. Park. Okay, we'll go here.
It is a good speed. Let's bring in the firewire!
For goodness sakes, let's extinguish this fire spirit standing next to the gas station.
That scumbag!
Slime ball. Let's hide behind this gas pump. Oh geez, out of traps again. Slimed. Ew. Gonna have to go to the hospital to get that washed off. Ash TR Gaming. Hey. Hello, thank you for showing up. Good to see you. Too close. That's what happens when you equip your entire team with sniper rifles.
I came, I saw, I cleaned it all up.
New recruits on the computer. Pandemonium at sea. Strange events have cut short the holiday makers of the Tasmanian cruise lines. Regularly, at 3:33 a.m., the emergency speakers of the ship bellowed the exact same signal, which said, "This is an emergency. Everyone overboard. The Spaniards have hit us with their cannons." At the exact same moment, all pandemonium broke loose. At the lifeboats, after a week of these disturbances, one of the crew found a strange symbol etched into one of the walls of the ship. The symbol has since been identified as the signet of Captain Crook, who had mysteriously vanished under strange circumstances in 1632. I'm almost out of fuel. Lights are flashing in my office. Okay. Oh, there's my new containment unit. Fill up the tank. Increase the maximum size. How is my training room? Just about 30 hours of study. Laboratory, I've got nothing to tinker with. I need to wait for the new crop of weapons to be delivered to these two inventory stores.
This is enough to make you wonder if you're in the right path.
Accept mission graveyard at night. Yeah, it'll be fine. Yeah, another fire spirit.
We'll catch them with this trap. Or not to be.
Nothing in the hallway. Okay, room full of nightmares. Slime ball just casually strolling through. Trap set. Zap.
Slime me once, shame on you. Slime me twice, shame on me.
Nothing? Okay.
Let me hit you with my ribbon stick.
Pick up the trap.
Don't turn around. You may regret it.
Actually, I don't want to be standing that close to the door if it opens because I have a minimum attack range. Alright, so Ash, have you ever heard of this game? Or played any of the recent XCOMs? Oh, a burning rattler. Target is too close.
I can't afford to waste any more time here.
Well, alright, so if you've played the recent XCOMs, learning this would be very easy. Fill up the tank. No new gear. We happen to have room for new customers. Ghost Control can help you with their professional services. Do you need help? I see a few ghosts in the tube tunnel.
Keanu Vatata Neku. No. Yahoo Veranda Nixo. What were those words again? Eat this, slimy blighter! Oh dear.
I should not have grouped up like that. Can't move. Okay, okay, and hopefully on the ghost's next turn that will capture him.
Almost all ghost is toast, if that makes sense.
Yeah, those two would just be too easy. New traps. Another fire spirit. I dig this funky music. Everyone does. I'm surprised it's such a hit. That wasn't so bad a movie. I remember enjoying it. It's, what, early 90s cyberpunk? So you can imagine some early 90s slang. Like when 4 megabytes was really big.
It is a bit spooky.
small house. Can't be too many ghosts in there. I hope Dolph Lundgren recovers. Wait, something happened to Dolph Lundgren? Scanner. Okay, why didn't the scanner detect him? Diagnosed with cancer, came out of remission. Oh dear. I'm just puttering around Zillow for fun, as one does. And either this household or a digital stager decided to put up a decorative sign in the living room that reads, "Less house, more home." This is a 1,300 plus square foot house with 3 bedrooms and 2 baths in the adjacent LA area. Where'd that tiny guy go? There he is. Speaking of XCOM with great music, anyone hear the Mario and Rabbids Sparks of Hope soundtrack? They got Yoko Shinomura to do a good chunk of it, and it's as awesome as you think it would be.
Anyone for any more?
Trouble at the lottery. During the drawing of the lottery last Saturday, 48 of the 49 balls mysteriously disappeared. The only remaining ball was the one with the number 6. Interesting, there was only one ticket with a single number selected, the number 6. And having not met the rules in picking the required amount of numbers, it had been removed. The police have determined that there could be a connection between this ticket and the disappearance of the balls. As such, they were searching for the anonymous participants, but when asked what the chances are of catching the mysterious figure, they reply by saying, "We've got a better chance of winning the lottery." Fill up the gas tank. Well, the difficulty has not increased. I have not gotten a call saying I should have more weapons and equipment.
You dudes partied out.
I guess they want me to buy the car first, and then that will push things forward. And hopefully I'll be seeing fewer fire spirits. Although I'd probably be seeing things worse than fire spirits.
I blinded him with science.
One. feel like being a little reckless. An electrified fire spirit. Target is too close. The trap is triggered, but the fire spirit was able to dodge. Shoot him again. Able to dodge. Okay. Sometimes you just roll a 1.
Anyone home?
3 fire spirits, really? Oh, no, 4.
I'll teach you a lesson.
I roll so many 1s in my D&D campaign.
Are you ready for more? Is that what you learned in the past 200 years?
I have an average roll of 7 or less. I kid you not. I've been told I should consider rolling real dice instead of using Roll20. Oh, because 7 crap. Oh, you mean roll physical dice instead of using like an app? The Roll20 program or application. Well, I better crash. Good luck with your Ghostbusting, Simon. Thank you, Deviant. Thank you for stopping by. And hopefully... Oh, dear. Hopefully this has interested people enough to pick it up now, because it's on sale for $4 and... less than $4.50 USD. On Steam, or from the developer's website if you just search for it by itself. Please don't panic, please don't panic. Panicking. 2 of us versus 2 fire spirits. One of them is a champion. Hit and stunned. Oh yeah, it's a stunning creature, so I don't get any action points this turn. She might panic next turn. Target is too far away. Oh shoot, I didn't mean to throw there. Oof.
Grandma!
Wow, it's not even ready to be trapped. Huh? Well, maybe it can just come to me. Alright, now it's ready to be trapped.
Controlling makes me feel good.
For a moment there, I thought I was in trouble. $4,000 in medical bills. I thought the UK had socialized healthcare. Hello, I was given your number. There's a horse hovering in my dining room. Did you know you can now even shoot ghosts through walls? We'll show you. Don't be afraid. I'm sure it isn't dangerous. We feel like superheroes today. We'll help. Now let someone else take that one. I want to get the new car and hopefully the new weapons. Get an even better car. Next job, earn $120,000 overall. Oh good, you're talking to Ghost Control. Hi, Carla speaking from Traps R Us. Oh, exciting, Carla. We've got something new. Well, well, what do you have, Carla? Pagan Industries is finally shipping the Ring of Fire. That's what's missing from our arsenal. Hang on. Alright, new traps, new guns. Ring of Fire. Wide range, so they don't have to step directly onto the trap. They can just be one space away in any cardinal direction. And pain of 5. Every time they step on the trap, 5 damage. And if they walk across it, that'd be like 5, 5, 5. Intelligence of 70. Although if I buy it, the upgrade that I can give it might remove the intelligence requirement. Or it might make it slingable, who knows. Okay, what about the guns? Ooh, Ghost Energy 17. Nice. stun, wide range. That's very defensive. Put it in a doorway, no one can walk across it. Oh, max ghost energy 20. That'll just capture all the small stuff without even trying. And slingables, I could just throw it at people. Explosive, 10 damage. Well, there's no minimum range. But I would still be doing less than this Artemis bow. I'd be doing 20 instead of 24. Unless they're clustered. Thor's hammer, upgradable. Range 9, damage 9, stun 3. And push, so it could stun something for an entire turn, and whenever it wakes up, it'll just have one action point. Combination beam. Stun, but no cooldown. So I could use it every turn. No minimum range, and just 1 damage less than the Artemis bow. Anubis's Grip. Pull 5 tiles. Oh wow. Grim Reaper. Minimum distance 4. Damage 15. So I could be doing 30 damage per shot. Aim 70, intelligence 60. Okay, she could use that. But I also like this stun. Let's take the single stun gun. And see what I can do with the Grim Reaper. Slingable 4, close range. What are these? Slingable 4, close range. Greater energy, greater capacity. Greater catch rate. Ghost control. There's a woman in black hovering around our cellar. So are you calling because you'd like her to wear brighter colors, or do you want us to take her away? Now you mentioned it, a change of wardrobe would make her less scary. I'll call you back. Now let me put my scientist to work, see... Oh wait, move stuff from the car. Sell these next time I'm at a store. Does it bother you if bathrooms don't have a window in them? No. Doesn't bother me at all. Done training. Okay, what is her intelligence now? Intelligence 50. Oh boy. What was the requirement for the bow? Intelligence 50. Okay. But then these are intelligence 60. What if the bathroom has a shower in it? Well, hopefully there's some sort of like building code or ordinance that says they still need a fan or a vent in there. That way it doesn't steam up or stay steamed up and turn swampy. Yeah, I would prefer no window. Okay, these are both more than damage 9. I can just throw that. Sell that. Grim Reaper, my new sniper rifle. Wow. Stun 2, push... Oh, but cooldown 1, so that makes it less useful. Minimum distance 2. It's better than the one I have now with minimum distance 3. What about this? Stun 1, damage 12, range 12. Stun 1, push 2. I don't care too much about pushing. Unless I combine the strategy with traps and like push them over a trap at a wide range or a stun effect of its own. This is kind of good by itself. Just increase the range of the damage. Range 12, range 15. What's the range on this bow I've been using the whole time? Range 12. Seems like 100% trade up. Like, everyone should be using these at a minimum. Although it could be doing 30 damage a turn versus 24 damage a turn. Yeah, I think I'll just get a bunch of Grim Reapers. Aim 70, intelligence 60. Okay, leader can wear it. A lot of character. My sharpshooter can wear it. And my bruiser that I've been training this whole time. Oof. She needs both aim and intelligence. The scientist I replaced her with, is she gonna be better? Aim 70, intelligence. Yeah, she could do it right off the bat. Okay, she'll just sit in training. Lab. Start pumping out these Grim Reapers. Oh, the Grim Reaper is upgradable to the Grim Reaper of Doom. $22 hours. Now, what kind of gear? Alright, new scanners, new jumpsuits. Complete information about a ghost, shows ghost abilities, detects ghost activities, causes 2 damage points to nearby ghost. 2 is not a lot. Turns on all lights in the building. I like that. Constitution plus 10. I don't know, these are nice. All attributes by 8. Or just Constitution by 10. If I trade up the all attributes by 8, I think people will not be able to carry their new weapons. Oh yeah, sell these. 5,000 for a new jumpsuit. Reduces damage by 3. Okay, I'll need 15,000.
Has anyone seen the light switch?
Hopefully the ghosts don't scale up in damage faster than I can get my Grim Reapers out. And again, the swarm is trying to close the distance with me, so I can't shoot it.
You're gonna die hard. If you want to call it dying. Let me try 15 megawatts. I'll blow you some Emmentaler holes. It's always great to be welcome. Are you ready for more? I'm alive, and they are dead. Dead, dead.
The Flame War LLC is now offering an interesting service. The company offers to terrorize your competition. Among their offered services are destruction of ratings in online marketplaces, one-star ratings for products, and it's possible to order digital bad-mouthing in social media. Authorities have confirmed that it is not legally possible to stop their activities as the company is based in foreign territory and operating on a thin line of potential legality. Not entirely. Most of it is flavor, but there was one article about a mini-boss halfway through the game. And if you actually read the articles, you would know what to expect and how to beat them, or just brute force blast them if you wanted. Like, there is a larger narrative of stuff going on. Oh, I forgot to fill up the tank.
Let's sort this. Anything supernatural to the left, cats, dogs, and kids to the right.
Oh, it isn't a bathroom. Should be ready to be trapped now. Oh, I don't have a trap equipped. Not enough action points.
1, 2, 3. We are all free.
Almost out of gas. Oh, nuts. You ran out of fuel and your vehicle had to be towed to the nearest gas station. The cost of towing fees and fuel is £800. 5 hours left on the new gun. Should have called Triple Z. And what's Z? Another swarm in tight quarters. Britanifying it. Would you mind explaining all the bars next to the profiles? Ah. MO, morale, AI, aim, IN, intelligence, CO, constitution, ST, strength, SA, sanity. Strength determines how much you can carry. Some of the stronger, heavier weapons require more strength, or determines the number of traps you can carry. For a while I was carrying akimbo guns, or one gun for close range, one gun for long range. Yeah, morale is like like morale from XCOM. It determines whether or not you're going to flip out and panic and leave. So if you have high morale, your sanity is allowed to go lower before you freak out and panic. Sanity is like your hit points. The Constitution, I think that determines how resistant you are to being slimed, being slowed, being cursed. And aim definitely affects your aim. You can make longer shots. Like a couple of times I've been cursed, and that lowers my strength, and then I can't move because I'm carrying too much equipment. My friend Robin was telling me about a game that has a language setting, and two options are something like Canadian French or Quebecois for French. So she started complaining about American English is wrong, British English is correct. Yeah, Final Fantasy IX for Steam has two English options, and one has a American flag, one has a British flag. And I did not see that option until after I had beat the game. So I guess on my next playthrough, I'll play through Final Fantasy IX with the British English. Teleporting fire spirits. we spell things like realize and color different? How differently do you spell realize? Now, when I first played XCOM, the original XCOM from the 90s, they had a lot of European spellings in there, and that kind of messed me up when I was still in elementary school.
One for me, two for you. Take that, you scumbag.
Alabama? Wow. Alright, still impressive.
Take that, you scumbag. Let's bring in the firewire.
Yeah, that is the first role I would associate with him as well. Natural History Museum speaking. Thank you for calling. What can we do for you today? It wasn't us. Oh, wait, what exactly is it? If we knew that ourselves? Let me put it this way. Why are you calling? We're hearing scratching noises. And where do these scratching noises come from? Oh good, right next to a hospital. Is that Grim Reaper gun done yet? Okay, take item. What about the training room? 25 more hours, alright. I'm also fascinated by the Scottish singer Shirley Manson. Completely loses her accent when she sings. Yeah, I never heard that at all in her singing. But then when she's acting, like, did you ever see Terminator, the Sarah Connor Chronicles? She's a major character in Season 2. Hello, am I speaking to Ghost Control? Lights are flashing in my living room. So, from the car to the workshop.
If there are any vampires in here, I'm gonna freak out.
Screaming Berserker. Doesn't have too much energy to it. Is he the only one? Huh. Almost wasn't worth the gas. Didn't see him hiding back there. Doing diligence, clear the rest of the room. Oh, I forgot. These things are alluring. Every time you shoot them, they take a step forward. So he's no longer on the trap that I set.
In the trap. Now you can clap.
No damage. Vandals destroy botanical garden. An act of pure vandalism in the city's biggest botanical garden has shocked the public. Several areas with rare plants have been destroyed with a lawnmower. Employees and their families are shocked and have a hard time believing how their lifetime's work has been destroyed in a few minutes. One employee told us that their biggest loss may be an area not open to the public where hallucinogenic mushrooms have been grown. A great loss for all members of the staff.
Follow me, men. I'm gonna make you cry bloody tears.
Oh, we're doing all right.
I'll show you the
Things have not escalated too much. Got to try out my new Grim Reaper gun. It's not much of an upgrade. Just doing random jobs, trying to earn enough money so I can buy Grim Reapers for everyone. Upgrade them. I did 3 damage to the piano.
Don't get mad. Get even.
Does this house make anyone else think of Haunting starring Poltergeist? Yeah, not the first time that's been brought up.
Go slack time.
No damage, and no damage. Well done. Earned 180,000 overall. Next earn 250,000. Has Is this ghost control? Depends on who's calling. This is Disinspectors calling from the Natural History Museum. Have you seen the dinosaur exhibit? Yes, that's exactly where we are. There's a really large skeleton missing. You asked the museum dog if he sent a party invite to all of his buddies. And they hang up on me. Gun done, 13 more hours. $15,000. I could probably buy another. Safely buy another Grim Reaper gun. I'm gonna try to get some more sleep. It was great to veg out with y'all. Well, thank you for stopping by. And I've been at it for almost 4 hours. I think 4 hours. Yeah, 4 hours, 22 minutes. I should probably stop. Okay, that's the gun I want everyone to have. Wide range pain. Yeah. Gonna see what they can do with those at the shop. That was a thing. Go back and read that. So. Great success for science. A group of scientists have excavated a perfectly preserved skeleton of a T-Rex, T-E-A, because this is London. They did follow traces found on an old photograph with what was believed to be footprints of a Yeti, which they identified as T-Rex footprints. The T-Rex is part of a family of gourmet-saurs specialized in eating tea leaves only and was believed to be extinct. The exact age of the skeleton is not known yet, but it is certainly not several million years old. The fact that a whole stock of deep frozen tea leaves was found not too far away is an indication that the animal could have been alive not too long ago. The finding is an altitude above 5,100 meters is mysterious because tea doesn't grow naturally in this area. All right, good night, Keyglyph. All right, 7 hours left in the training.
That's problematic.
hate swarms. Oh, hello. Didn't see you there.
It's full of ghosts. You need better manners. Ouch! Bit me. Try to miss that painting if you can. I'm alive, and they are dead. Dead.
Now, I think when I started this game, Sandy only had like 20 sanity. She's come a long way in a short time. Now, because I have an Ecto Drive, a car that actually runs on ectoplasm, I can fill it up here at the tank, or give it some nitro at the cost of 15 ectoplasm, in case I want to be zipping around town and beat someone to a job. One charge. Take the new gun. Training complete. What is my character's... let's see, intelligence 55. Needs to be 60. Or 70. Let's see what my scientist can do with the new weapons, or the new trap. Slingable 4. Alright, so that's what I like. Yeah, turn this into something throwable. So I need a new gun first. Not enough ectoplasm. Oh, shucks. Wow, 40 ectoplasm. 30 ectoplasm. Well, it's an easy enough thing to fix. Back to the intelligence training. Now would have been a good time for that nitro.
Right, that's problematic.
Alright, tiny level. Swarms. I want to increase the difficulty just so I can stop running into swarms.
Take this! Take that! Long live the beam!
Really? How many ghosts can there be on this tiny property? What is going on in that room? Oh, goodness. What was that about increasing the difficulty I said? I take it all back. Lich. Conjures ghosts. This is where that wide range pain trap would be really nice. 143 energy. It's not even special. It doesn't even have any sort of a modifier to it. So.
You're gonna die hard. If you want to call it dying. Slime me once, shame on you. Slime me twice, slime on me. How do you like that?
I hate these things about as much as I hate chrysalids from the first XCOM. put down a pain trap where he's standing. Cause additional damage to him every turn. Oh, did I suck him up? Did that suck everyone up?
In the trap. Now you can clap.
Yeah, it just stepped on the trap and it popped itself. Now I can start working on that gun. Fill up the tank. Alright, I think we're going to call it. I've been streaming for 4.5 hours and then some. But I've had a lot of fun. Everyone else is probably asleep. I don't know how many people are still here. Hopefully this was interesting. Hopefully the game interests you. And remember, it's on sale for like $4.50. Don't let the price impact your opinion of the game. Oh, thank you, Goemon-sama. Is anybody else still on? Is there anyone to raid at this hour? Let's see. Tears of the Kingdom, Jedi Survivor. Not much. Not at this hour. But thanks for everyone who watched. Thanks for everyone who stayed. I hope the game interested you. And, well, I've had a good time, so I'll probably be streaming again very soon. And I'll see you then.